Bible and religion, and I want to show you how Fox News is intentionally deceiving its audience in order to make them angry about university textbooks. This was an article that was posted today on Fox News. Christian student exposes pricey college textbook, calling her a white supremacist. And then the caption down underneath the screen grab says, student outraged after being forced to buy textbook, calling Christians white supremacists. Both of these claims are demonstrable falsehoods, and both the individual being featured in this story and Fox News know that these are falsehoods. Now, this goes back about a month ago when an individual posted a video on social media talking about something that they found in a textbook that made them angry. Here is the beginning of that video.
I might be getting canceled for this, but I'm kind of pissed off. Anyway, I'm a senior in college and I'm in international public relations, and I was told to read chapter 8 this week of International Public Relations, Negotiating Culture, Identity, and Power. I'm reading, I just opened it up to chapter 8 about 5 minutes ago. I've been sitting here in awe. Chapter 8 is titled Contested Identities, Shifting Publics in a Globalized World. I'm going to read you what I just read and where I stopped. I think it's the second sentence, maybe the third. Identity may be one of the most contentious words of the new millennium. An internet search produces the following modifiers for identity: corporate, sexual, digital, public, racial, national, brand, and even Christian. A US-based white supremacist group. I'm pissed. So I would just like to say that as a Christian, if you're reading this and you're not a Christian
audience in order to make them angry about university textbooks. This was an article that was posted today on Fox News. Christian student exposes pricey college textbook, calling her a white supremacist. And then the caption down underneath the screen grab says, student outraged after being forced to buy textbook, calling Christians white supremacists. Both of these claims are demonstrable falsehoods, and both the individual being featured in this story and Fox News know that these are falsehoods. Now, this goes back about a month ago when an individual posted a video on social media talking about something that they found in a textbook that made them angry. Here is the beginning of that video.
I might be getting canceled for this, but I'm kind of pissed off. Anyway, I'm a senior in college and I'm in international public relations, and I was told to read chapter 8 this week of International Public Relations, Negotiating Culture, Identity, and Power. I'm reading, I just opened it up to chapter 8 about 5 minutes ago. I've been sitting here in awe. Chapter 8 is titled Contested Identities, Shifting Publics in a Globalized World. I'm going to read you what I just read and where I stopped. I think it's the second sentence, maybe the third. Identity may be one of the most contentious words of the new millennium. An internet search produces the following modifiers for identity: corporate, sexual, digital, public, racial, national, brand, and even Christian. A US-based white supremacist group. I'm pissed. So I would just like to say that as a Christian, if you're reading this and you're not a Christian and you're in college, I am not a white supremacist. So can we cancel these authors? Or are we going to cancel me?
So here is the page that content creator was reading from. In the red box, this is what they read. Identity may be one of the most contentious words of the new millennium. An internet search produces the following modifiers for identity. If you're not aware of what it means for something to be a modifier, it means that you can put the two words together and one modifies or clarifies the other. So when it says corporate, that means the phrase is corporate identity. Sexual, sexual identity. Digital, digital identity. Public identity, racial identity, national identity, brand identity, and even Christian, a US-based white supremacist group. What happens if you look up Christian identity as a phrase on the internet? This is what happens. You get a bunch of hits about the explicitly white supremacist Christian movement known as Christian identity or identity Christianity. This is the name of a very specific movement that is explicitly white supremacist. And you can check out Wikipedia for a discussion of this group and its origins and its ideologies. Now, you would think that someone in college reading a textbook, learning things, would understand that if there's something in a textbook they don't understand, maybe they should try to understand it. Maybe they should go look it up, figure out what's going on. If you don't understand what a modifier is, if you don't understand why someone would be referring to all Christianity as a US-based white supremacist group, maybe the problem is that you don't have enough information and you need to think critically and Google competently and go look it up. This person did not. This person immediately sent emails to their professor and to their dean. And both of them immediately pointed out Christian identity is the name of a white supremacist movement in the US. And then this person posted the very next day this follow-up video.
I'm back about the book. First, I'm going to show the page so everybody calling me dumb for not getting the context can see what I'm talking about. All of these words were written in regards to identity, but the last word written in regards to identity was Christian. And in the parentheses, it says what I said. Therefore, the reason I posted this is because I had no idea about the Christian identity movement, and neither did the book mention that. So without the book mentioning that, I am sitting here thinking that these authors are calling Christians a US-based white supremacist group. That's my fight for why I made the video. Okay, so I reached out to the dean yesterday, and he replied this morning and told me to reach out to my professor. I ended up reaching out to my professor, and she enlightened me about the Christian identity movement, which I had no clue about because the book doesn't go there. It just says Christian parentheses. Yeah, I understand freedom of speech is a thing, and anybody can call me a white supremacist for being a Christian, but at the end of the day, this is defamation of character, and it was published in a book. So that's why I'm mad. That's why I posted it. Yada yada. Anyway, my professor was very nice. She emailed the whole class explaining the Christian identity movement, but at the end of the day, I still think the book shouldn't be on the shelf. And my dean emailed me saying, is there anything else, or am I unhappy with the end of the conversation? And I feel like I should say, I don't think this book should be read. I don't care if it's one sentence. Yeah. So I have to say what I have to say. Or maybe the book shouldn't be taken off the shelf. Maybe there should be a paragraph explaining what the Christian identity movement is and how it's wrong and how it's not related to Christians and how them writing that in that book makes us look stupid and indoctrinates people. I don't know, maybe I'm crazy. I'm gonna back off now. I'm scared I'm gonna get expelled.
So in absolutely no sense whatsoever is this defamation of character. This is just a misunderstanding on the part of someone who does not know what it means for these words to be modifiers for identity. This is not referring to all Christians. It's not even plural. It is singular, and anyone who is a senior in college ought to be able to understand that what this means is that the phrase Christian identity is found online. As we have seen, it is. But The reason that they're not backing down is because that video has almost 1 million views. They got a lot of attention from that video. A lot of people expressed a lot of outrage and support for this content creator's outrage. That's a lot of clout to leave on the table, and it's going to be embarrassing to get up there and say, I was wrong, I just didn't understand what was going on, and I got upset because I didn't know what was going on. And so you feel the need to lean into your anger. And now, a month later, they've gone on Fox News. Let's watch the video from Fox News where they explain themselves.
So, about a month ago, I came across a sentence in my textbook and it read identities, describing identities. And one identity that it pointed out was Christianity. And in parentheses, the book reiterated that Christianity is a US based white supremacist group.
So this is a month later, and this content creator who knows exactly what the textbook was referring to because they had it explained to them by their professor and the dean, and then the college sent out a notice to the students. They're coming on Fox News to flagrantly lie about it. And they say the textbook referred to Christianity as an identity and then described Christianity as a US-based white supremacist group. This is a flagrant lie, and this person knows this is a lie.
Which I was mind blown because the textbook did not describe any other identities besides Christianity. I had opened my textbook to read chapter 8, which was titled Contested Identities Shifting Publics in a Globalized World. The way it was worded, it listed several marginalized groups, but then only called Christians to be white supremacists.
So let's share that page again. It did not list marginalized groups. It lists words that were modifiers of the word identity, and they include corporate identity, sexual identity, digital identity, public identity, racial identity, national identity, brand identity, and Christian identity. And then the next sentence says the same search finds identity used as a modifier itself for theft, management, and theory. So this individual is misrepresenting what the book is talking about by hallucinating the notion that it's referring to marginalized identities and picking out Christianity as the white supremacist one.
But the scariest thing is that the book was written in 2007. Therefore, this has been shared for almost 20 years and it was never questioned.
Because most people who are reading this book understand what it means for a word to be modifying identity and for the word identity to be modifying other words. And if they don't know what's going on with the reference to the word Christian, they can look it up, because you're supposed to be learning to think critically in college. You're supposed to be learning to use the resources around you to figure out what's going on in the world around you.
I think American academia needs a definite reevaluation, especially in our textbooks. As we can see from my prime example, the books hide underlying propaganda, in my opinion. It seems as if they are innocent, but in reality, they know what they're doing and trying to push on their students.
So now this individual is trying to rationalize their continued endorsement of this notion that this textbook is calling Christianity white supremacist by suggesting that they're pretending
The state.
5 minutes closing because people are just fucking monologuing too long. So I'm cutting that down to a 3-minute close for each of you. I know it's only 2 minutes off, but still, any time we can. So, welcome in everybody. Welcome in Rook. Welcome in Myopic Times.
It's the first time.
For Mike Ross, I'll respond.
It's
Have the right to argue, while ordinary individuals do not. If the act of reasoning presupposes self-ownership for some, it must do so for all, as no logical distinction can exclude one person without collapsing into arbitrariness. Rights are not gifts from bureaucrats, they are rooted in
Okay, Sam, I'm going to write my intro. Do you think for the debate I'm doing on Saturday, do you think you might be interested in that? God damn it. Fucking snap the way I want you to, you fucking. Post-debate discussion? Huh? What? I don't know what fucking voodoo are you talking about? What's happening? What's happening? Yeah. Oh, I mean, no, you're fine. Don't let it affect you that much. I mean, we're talking about personal topics, right? And I kind of gave a very personal answer, one that I've struggled with, where like, it's really hard for me to accept that God would be good. In fact, it's almost impossible for me to accept that, if that, right? It's not like against you. It's a purely introspective, reflective, personal idea of mine where I just cannot get around it, right? But it has nothing to do with you. What does help, though, is having the conversation, though. Right? Like, that does actually help me reckon with it a little more. So don't take it as in like it's personally something that is against you or is meant to be like a taboo thing, right? The only way it gets better is if you do actually kind of talk about it. But that is probably one of the largest things that I grapple with when it comes to God. It's just I cannot get past that of just why did you have to kill fucking 5-year-old kids with horrible brain cancer, right? Like I need an answer for that. You know what I mean? I don't want to hear it's part of a plan, right? Like if he tells me that, well, it's just in my plan. To me, my personal view on that is not good enough. And what I said at the end, right, was meant to be dramatic on purpose, where if that's the answer, then I choose hell. And that sounds extreme and dramatic, but that's because it is. I think it is. Hey, Daniel. How you doing, man? Yeah. That doesn't make it like right, by the way. Or like a good. It really is not like a good argument. It's more of just my personal feeling. My Friday's okay. I'm about to Red Beard and Gray Shirt guy on the panel. I'm about to yeah, Christians absolutely struggle with this. 100%. No Christian is free from I actually have it up already. Grand. No Christian is free from this doubt. Right? That's something that Christians also live with, not just me.
state, which would be
I saw.
my opponent's reliance on state intervention assumes centralized.
What you got?
3 minutes on the clock. The AF is going to go first, so that's ANCOM's opportunity to open.
Gray shirt guy
And
in the panel.
are you ready,
Red
ANCOM?
beard. Oh,
I am
Let's
indeed.
get it, boys.
All right, you're ready too, and judges, we're both ready?
Yep.
All right, guys. 3 minutes.
I am going to debate ANCOM here, yeah. The debate is going to be, this is the prompt, okay? I'm writing it right now as we speak, kind of. Or this is the prompt here, okay? So the Electoral College should be replaced with a national popular vote. Well, he's not just anti-electoral college. This is, in my opinion, just I'm defending the conservative position here. I guess, which is that the national popular vote is not a replacement that could work in the United States. That is a fact. I can argue both sides of this, actually. It wouldn't be that hard to argue both sides. But the prompt is not, should we address the issues in the Electoral College? The prompt is, we should replace it with the national popular vote. That to me is impossibly stupid to try and defend. So I don't know. That's the prompt though. So I mean, I'm gonna be bringing up some foundational documents, you know, like the Federalist Papers, the founders. Like in the bottom of this report, I need to put in Federalist 10 right now so my teammates can read it. I know. I need to put in Federalist 10 though, because Federalist 10 is, the founders knew about this question. You know, the founders were not stupid people. And it's not like I'm appealing to the founders here, because I'm going to use Plato's The Republic. I'm going to use the central themes behind republic and democracy, and what makes pure democracy and republic forms of government different, and what the strengths are. In the beginning of the argument, I'm going to expose the problems of a republic right away. And I mean, I hope they have something that's not going to be what I say, but I already know what it's going to be. The problem with a republic is sometimes it doesn't represent the will of the people. Okay? And that's kind of the number one reason people don't like it. And the second one, okay, generally has to deal with one sec, I gotta read this. Electing the minority. Sorry. You're correct. Yeah. Everyone has like an idea of why, you know, we have the Electoral College. What they do is they appeal to like antiquity. They most commonly, like, the main concerns with the Electoral College and republic forms of government is they're slow. So when something needs to happen decisively and quickly, they are notoriously slower. The Electoral College is not a part of the federal government. In fact, to be an elector for the executive election, you cannot even be a representative. You cannot profit off the government, and you cannot in any way be someone who is invested in the government at all. You have to be qualified to be completely like separated. So the Electoral College is actually not even a part of the Congress. It is a entirely separate entity that is made literally for one purpose, and that is to stop someone like Trump. Which, by the way, if people forget, in 2020, if we didn't have the Electoral College, Trump probably would have stolen the election. But the Electoral College stopped that from happening. So no, that's not the main point. The main point of the Electoral College, Samurai, is, how about this? Let's just break it down to like, where is pure democracy good? If you were going to tell me the pros of pure democracy right now, what is the limiting factor, though? Sorry, what is the limiting factor, the con of a pure democracy? Like, at what point does a pure democracy start to not work? And sorry, Haley. How are you doing? No. But at what point, though? Because everyone knows that mob rule and pure democracy kind of have a tenable relationship, right? So the point at which pure democracy starts to not be a viable option is the size. So the expanded, like how much of an expansion of the population are you including in this vote? So in like a town, when you're, electing a mayor, you can do pure democracy just fine. Now, when you start adding more and more people, that's when you start to have a problem. There isn't like a exact line, by the way. There's not like a right when you have 2,000 people or 5,000 people republic. It's just the framers of the Constitution, James Madison in Federalist 10 writes exactly why he decided to go with a republic form of government here. And it's because there's a parable as it concerns democracy, okay? The biggest enemy to pure democracy is democracy itself. So with the republic, it kind of inhibits the whims of the majority and promotes unity on a grand scale. So the executive election is something that is far too big to do a national popular vote on, because it will fall prey to someone who is a dazzling con man. The Electoral College is a way in which we can inhibit those things. And it happened anyway, but the point is that Electoral College was made to try and inhibit that.
Hello,
and I think it's done a pretty good job over the years. I fucking love Philosophize This. I've seen this already. I fucking love this. This is a great video, Grand. I Philosophize This is one of my favorite fucking YouTubers on the entire planet. He's incredible. It's probably one of my favorite YouTubers. Yeah, so that's not really this is the recency thing that people have. Whenever their side loses, they hate the Electoral College a little, especially the progressives in 2016. My God, I never heard the end of it. But I don't really understand how progressives didn't understand that in 2020, when Trump, lost the election but said it was stolen, the only thing standing in the way was the elector plot. And the elector plot essentially negated Trump from being able to take over and retain and keep illegally the power of the presidency. He could not overcome the electors. So, yeah, I think I did. I need to increase the amount of time my stuff. The Philosophize This. He's probably one of my favorite YouTubers on the planet. I know the God that failed. I know this. This is a book. Yeah, this is the book. I don't know Arthur Greenwald. I don't know who he is, but this is based on that book, and I think it's kind of dumb, personally. So you're close, Samurai. So James Madison wrote about this. In the Federalist, by the way, they wanted a centralized government, but they actually didn't want a strong centralized government. Alexander Hamilton was still way in opposition to someone like Thomas Jefferson, who wanted a stronger national bank and everything at the time of writing this, 1786, I want to say, right? So the Federalists who wrote about this extensively, and the ones who wrote the Constitution, they did not want a strong central government. Now, the reason that he also chose the Electoral College is kind of what you're saying, Samurai. But what's more important is something called unity. So at the time of the Constitution's framing and being written, it's not like the states at the time, they threatened to leave all the time. So the Constitution and the birth of the United States was not easy. Every single day, they were living through it. States were very upset at each other, and they were like little countries on their own, right? Like every day they would threaten to be little countries on their own. So the Federalist Papers was a response through a series of letters and papers, as well as going through conventions, to try and retain the Union. Because without essentially appealing to the minority here, if we only let mob rule happen, unity would fall apart. And we take that for granted now because we don't have to deal with that. We wake up when we're born, we just go through life, we recite the Pledge of Allegiance, and we think 50 states has always been that way. But if we did not have a republic form of election, the unity would be destroyed within a decade. Because California does not know how to fucking govern Wyoming that well. They're fundamentally like different countries. If Wyoming loses its weighted voting power, why would Wyoming stay? What is the fucking purpose of them staying? I don't know if it'll lead to immediate secession, but what I do know is the outcome would be awful no matter what. So yeah, it has to do with unity though. So he writes about unity. Unity is the key wording that he's very important, or he thinks is very important. So like I'll bring it up right now for you, okay? So in Federalist Papers 10, and I urge anyone who wants to understand United States politics a little better, read the Federalist Papers. They're all fucking phenomenal. This is essentially the supplementational material into why Madison, Hamilton, and John Jay wrote extensively into the Constitution, right? So in Federalist 10 was 9 and then continued to 10. Federalist 1, Federalist 68 is also very important for this. So the view of the Constitution of the President. And then 72, re-eligibility of the President. 70 is also a very important one in this. And then we could do like 51, which is efficacy and practice to the maximum. So that one's a little more esoteric. But the main one I told my other debaters to watch, or read, sorry, is Federalist 10. And the reason why is because Federalist 10 is like, he outlines it perfectly in this, okay? So he says, among the numerous advantages promised by a well-constructed union, well, that's exactly why. They're looking for something to blame. And you have to remember, there also is like a really annoying propaganda campaign from like PragerU and shit that tries to say that a republic is different than a democracy, right? So
democracy is the worst form of government because anything worse is not a government.
So I'm advocating on behalf of republic form of government here, right? But a republic is a form of democracy. But there is a lot of garbage propaganda out there that tries to actually separate them completely, and I have no idea why.
Despotism. But democracy is chaotic, it's unruly, it's unpredictable.
When he says democracy, he's being stupid. He needs to say pure democracy, because that is, it's still democratic. That's,
it produces.
But what I'm trying to get at is your comment there, Progressive Samurai. Why do so many progressives complain about this? Well, it's because the terms have been renegotiated to be separate from each other.
Majority.
But they are the same thing in a way. One just better appropriates when you have a larger population.
Tyranny. So how does one escape the burden of democracy and preserve the blessings of liberty?
And what they fail to always say is there is a concern with republic as well. Yeah, but we don't live in that. And that An undemocratic republic? Wait, what? No, republic is a form of democracy, bro. Look. You're just using a different word now. I'm not going to agree to that. I'm sorry. It's called a representative democracy. How do you have an undemocratic republic? That doesn't make any sense. A republic, by definition, is going to be elected representatives. Through representatives. I guess they may not be freely. No, you might be right here. I guess. No, it seems like you're right. I think at that point you could probably just stop calling it a republic, though. At what point do you just call it like an oligarchy? I mean, technically the US didn't let black people vote, right? So the representation in the US as a liberal democracy and republic was limited as well. But the Constitution allowed for the change to happen to where black people could be included. So no. The landowner thing is just something that people say against it, but it's funny because when the framers wrote the Constitution, they didn't write with any of that in mind, and it left it almost colorblind and, gender free to accommodate all of these changes we needed. They literally didn't give a fuck when they wrote about the Constitution to include like, no, women can't do it. There's no mention of slavery or any of that anywhere. They honestly, the very fact that the framers and the founders did not think of slaves as people or women as like people made the Constitution be able to include them later. It's almost fucking retardedly hilarious. I mean, republic just means, they have representatives that they that represent them. I think the Twitch inspector thing is like literally retarded. Like when we read this right now, federal is 10. You're correct. Like population, like the people trying to win would never go to the other states, but it doesn't matter anyway, because California votes like 80% in one way. And I'm not saying the Democrats will always win. What will happen is the majority will always win, no matter what. How am I bugging? The fuck, Jay? Doesn't your internet suck dick? See? CJ? Yeah, get fucked. I froze? I think you need to refresh. Why? Okay, sorry. So I wanted to write my intro, I think. Let's see here. Discord? Oh, one sec. I think my link is not going to let you come in, so I had to like do a There you go. There you go. I had some trolls come in. Yeah. I answered your question already, Simmer. I agree with that, Haley. But I'm arguing on behalf of the in favor position because the prompt here, this is the prompt. I think the prompt is specific, right? It says to replace entirely with a national popular vote. If this prompt was the Electoral College needs to be adjusted to better accommodate, the contemporary America, I wouldn't be arguing on behalf of the four. Or I would be arguing on behalf of four still to adjust it, right? But this is pure democracy. National popular vote in this is pure democracy. And that won't work. It just won't work. So this isn't reshaping the United States electoral process in any way that's anything but dogmatically just like ignorant. I'm debating 3 people. I have a team of 2 other people. So I wrote up this thing to try and that I have to tailor right now, but I keep getting distracted. So okay, hold on. I was supposed to put this in here for them later. I actually don't know any of them, Samurai, so I just met them. So I honestly don't have an answer for you. Really? 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 Come on, there we go. Fucking annoying. Should be you are gonna be a new heading. It's gonna be Saturday, 8 p.m. Saturday, 8 p.m. And what is with the space right here? Do you guys see this space? Is there a reason that this has to exist? Yeah, 8 p.m. Like, it's so fucking annoying. I guess because this panel here. God. Pacific Standard Time, yeah. It should be fun. You can thank Grand, by the way, for that. I want to update normal text with this, I think. Yeah. That's just easier to read. So much easier to read. Fucking Christ. No, no AI, Gran. No AI. No AI. God damn it, Gran. Fucking Gran, dude. You're such an AI fucking. Yeah, it's just you can't use AI for this type of material, Graham. I'm sorry. Again, AI is pretty good when you can account for and control the information it's going to be pulling from, or else it's going to hallucinate shit. Why is it sometimes the number's after and sometimes it's before? Is there a reason for that? Federalist 10. Oh, it's on the left and right. Oh, I hate that. Why? Why does it do that? Me? Or Gran? I don't need a summary of this. I've already read it. I'm doing this for my teammates. I put number 71 in here, where he talks about, and then I put John Locke's treatise on here when he talks about democracy. So he mentions a lot of reasons for there's no reason to believe that's what will happen, because capital, at least the system we have right now, has already had a moment where we decided to break up companies. Do you know what I'm talking about? Maybe. Maybe. Like this. That's nice. We'll use it. There's a strong point of AI when the material they're pulling from is not the entire internet. I'm not like against AI. It's just, again, because I know how they work. They generally, like what Haley said, they tend to hallucinate things, especially when you're pulling from, you know, if it tries to pull from like scholarly journals or any articles and stuff like that, it's notoriously fucking fabricative. And that's not good, in my opinion. Oh, yeah, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, that is okay. That makes sense. I already know all this, so I don't need that for this, but thank you. How come this is not? Do I have to hit normal text? Is that why? Yeah, I have to do that. Okay. God damn it. Whatever. What's the hotkey for this? Control Alt 0. Okay. That makes sense. Thank you, Casey. I might have you do that for the Republic. Actually, can you do this for me? Now that I remember it, because I can't remember what page it's on. It'll give me the correct page, I think. Here is the Republic. Here you go. I'll send you a link in a second. Hey, Energy. Oh my god. It opens with an acrobat every time now, dude. Fucking kill me. Fucking Christ, dude. Casey. Can you use AI to find mentions of pure democracy? Yeah, probably pure democracy. Republic. And then probably like majority, just so I can see what it says there. Hey, Bless. I want to say no, but then I can't even remember the link that you did give me. So I think I'd be lying if I said it was this one, right? I just hate Leonard P. I hate him. Automatic. Also, I feel like the Ayn Rand Institute is just. Is there anyone else who talks about this in a less fucking annoying, fucking insufferable way? You know what I mean? Like, is everyone who talks about objectivism always just from the Ayn Rand Institute? The 1807 thing, huh? Huh? What, the Insurrection Act? Trump has said he was going to do this from like 2016. So again, that's something I say a lot on my stream. When people tell you who they are, you got to listen. My thoughts are that any chance that Trump can do it, he probably will. So that's my thoughts. He said he would. I'm going to take him at his word. Do I agree with it? No. Trump hasn't even proven any of the things he's doing. And he's supposed to, but he hasn't. And no one's stopping him because our Congress is too busy trying to deny the Epstein files and Grijalva from being sworn in. Because they're a bunch of pedophile fucking protectors. So we just have a lot of... I don't know, man.
I think we're probably ready to get started. So, well, thanks for joining us. And
3.5 hours. Holy fucking crap. This is not a novel question. This right here? What?
Any equation, an equation that has sigma, all right,
Volatility.
Okay, and you tell yourself, what if that parameter is right
you shouldn't be telling yourself that anyway. Shouldn't the parameterization be producing that? Why would you tell yourself that?
On average, but not, but it's variable.
That's what the hard part about parameters is. So yeah,
So you have Jensen's inequalities effect. So the function
which economists do not like doing because inequalities are stochastic.
of an average is not an average of a function. So it all comes from that by saying I'm adding a layer of stochasticity to things.
Yep, and economists from the neoclassical school are like, "What? I don't want to do that."
So it all started when I started doing.
This is not a novel idea, by the way. I don't know why did he make it seem like he asked that question first? You know how old stochastic fucking time variance is?
We should explain for people that volatility is the variance of this time series for.
Exactly. It's the square.
Sorry, I didn't pre-watch this. I promise.
The square root of the variance of that the expected time series annualized.
Expected.
Okay? And it's a parameter
Doing a lot of work there,
for an
especially in a stochastic model. Expected. Doing a lot
option
of work
because
there.
an option has some convexity that depends on that. So it's very
Okay,
simple. You
obviously.
price the option at.
Here, I'll pull this up at the same time. This actually is kind of interesting. I'm supposed to be writing my fucking intro. Absolutely. 100%. But the Austrian school does the same thing. They just go at it from a different way. The Austrian school goes, why do we care about wealth inequality? It's too complex, so we don't put it in our model. They do the exact opposite. Whereas the neoclassical school is like, I can figure it out, even though it's a stochastic model that's quite literally something I can't make a number, right? But the Austrian school thinks of it this way. How are we supposed to know? Because there's too many variables, so they ignore it. There's a reason that like the stuff I learned in economics and econometrics was very predictive and positive. And the Austrian school, even though it seemed like it wasn't positive, ended up doing but Hayek would then just not put that in his models anyway. So he would do the same thing. He would only deal with things that he could predict. But he used different reasoning. Hayek would say, it's too complex. Why would I put in wealth inequality? I cannot know that. Because it's stochastic. It's essentially something that has an unpredictable outcome. So like, if I were here, let me give you an example. I don't know if you were in stream when I asked this before, but to make this like a little more like in layman's terms, if I asked you right now, what are the odds or like the increase in what is the increase of a hurricane happening definitively if I change one molecule in the Atlantic right now from a hydrogen to carbon dioxide? And then you'd have to try and figure out the chain of effects. Because technically, a single change could have a domino effect into just an unfathomably amount of different interactions, right? So stochastic models are ones that know that would be impossible. There's no way that we could actually fucking definitively say what the literal certain risk is of changing one atom and how that affected a hurricane down the line. So a stochastic model is one that kind of understands that, okay? And things like wealth inequality have stochastic properties like that. So they can't be predicted precisely. That's what stochastic means. And in econometrics, we deal with this all the time. So chemistry has this. I mean, so many different fields have this type of problem in it. And it's because of the improbability of, the impreciseness of it. And then we use Markov matrix chains, which I'm sure we'll see here in a second. Stochastic matrix, Markov process, there you go. So the uncertainty principle there, it's in physics too. The uncertainty principle there is a stochastic idea. It's a stochastic process. If you wanted to model that in like a computer, if you wanted to model the Werner-Heisenberg uncertainty principle in a computer into a model for quantum physics, it would be stochastic. Thank you. So this isn't like a novel idea, but a lot of economists, like when I went to school, we avoided these questions because they didn't like, they really don't like things that they can't predict. I mean, that was the economic thought at the time. Why try and do wealth inequality? Wealth inequality has been studied a lot now, and I think people like Acemoglu, the people who won the economics Nobel Prize last year, have shown a lot of economic progress in this. But for a long time, the dominant ideas in economics was just like, we don't know, or we know completely, so we don't care. They would just parameterize it to be something that is ridiculous in the case of neoclassical, where they would like assume money income fixed or something. And then they would assume that like substitutes were just fucking obvious, as in like, if like the price of a shirt went up in a Milton Friedman scenario, he's like, well, simply people would buy a different shirt. And he just like completely forgets that people buy Supreme clothing, you know, or like buy expensive things because they don't know why. They do it because like their friend has it, or their mom has it, or someone says that it's good. You know, it's completely irrational, right? So the way he would bound these stochastic things is just like a fucking nerd with a calculator. And then the Austrian school would just be like, well, it's too complex, so we're not going to do it anyway. So you had the same outcome in a way, if you catch my drift. But I have exactly what he's talking about right now. I actually have a textbook that covers this almost like extensively. It's a advanced econometrics textbook about asset prices and financial dynamics. So this right here, I think, would be pretty fun to have on the side.
Instead of pricing the option at, say, sigma, you price the option at 110% of sigma, and you price it at 90% of sigma, and see the effect. Very simple heuristic. And now that heuristic, I haven't discovered anything else in my life.
So wait a minute. When you say price it at that, there is a Black-Scholes formula which tells you what the
exactly
what should be priced at given a particular volatility. And you say what happens.
Well, let me give you a demonstration using Mathematica. Yeah. All right. And I'm going to do it using Mathematica, and I'm going to do it using the Gaussian distribution.
So what he's talking about right now is essentially this. And a Gaussian distribution is just a form of statistical analysis, a function in statistics, right? So a lot of econometrics is going to be, when you design models, you don't get simple answers, or like simple, like in calculus, you know, I don't know if anyone took calculus, you would get like, solve the system or something, right? But in econometrics, a lot of the times your questions are not like given as simply. It's something that you have to actually come up with. And then once you form a model, you kind of remember all of the different functions that you know that might apply to your model the best. So it's an applied field pretty much. So we take like the Gaussian distribution, or we try and do linear regression through different functions depending on which one is going to fit the best. Okay? So a lot of different statistical functions, blah, 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 blah. The Markov ones for matrices and stuff. Unpredictability. I mean, this is a section on prediction in this book. So predictions concerning future prices. This book is explicitly about like financial econometrics, okay? So quantitative analysis and things like that. Honestly, I think it's fucking incredible. Like it goes it's very easy to read, and it has like hard math in it, but like I think most people can probably read this and figure out what is happening. You know, two variables here, a bivariate fucking model, independent variables inside the model, stationary stochastic, and then we have like Gaussian here. All multivariate distributions are multivariate normal, right? So that's what this guy is talking about. I don't know. If you want this book, I can. It's in my fucking drive already. It's completely available for anyone who wants to read it. Should be in here. Yeah, it is. Wait, no, it's fucking restricted. Anyone blink? There you go. If you want to explore my fucking economics folder, I guess. Do I have two? What's happening? Oh my. I guess this is the right one. I don't fucking know. They're different links. Have fun.
And how we can obtain fat tails from Gaussian distribution. Okay.
Okay.
So, do you mind? I'm a little.
Fat tails. Fun stuff. So a tail, right? Are going to be areas. So when you have a tail of a Gaussian distribution, when you apply the statistical function here, right? You can have what are called fat tails or essentially slim tails, or if I'm not mistaken, it'd be, what the fuck is the opposite of a fat tail again? I can't fucking remember. Thin tails. Oh my god, I'm retarded. Anyways, it's really denoting the area is what it's talking about here. So the describing the integration of the function.
A little slower than you for Mathematica. Will you guys be patient with me? All right.
Yeah, yeah. We're
Same.
So let me, unless I can find an existing program, let me do the following. Share screen. Share screen. And then I have Mathematica Untitled 2. Okay. And I do the window magnification 150%?
it'll probably be okay. Yeah, 150%.
Okay, 150%. Let's try that. Okay,
What
so let
button
me
do
go
I
to
click?
Mathematica. And let's do the following, all right?
This is the debate topic. So I'm gonna change the color of this. It looks stupid. The Electoral College should be replaced with national popular vote. That's the prompt. The Electoral College should be replaced with a national popular vote. Oh, I need to approve you. I keep forgetting to approve people. Download message. Is there a better way? I can probably just change this download to like PDF, can I? Or no? Will it just do that? It will. No. Let's convert it. Okay, this is fine. Can I do downloads PDF? Oh, there's my email. Hi, how you doing? Thank you, by the way, Casey. This is actually really good. Are you using like your own, the bot in your Discord, or how's this work if you're still in here? Yeah, oh, fuck, so close. I mean, this still works. Fuck. Probably need to separate it. Damn it. What the fuck? Suck. You do it like this. Boom. 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 It'd probably be easier if I just did it this way. And then we fuck me. You save? No, what are we doing again? Think. I'm pretty sure now I could just go to the dock, right? Open and blah, blah, blah. Details. Open the folder. That's in. I feel fucking retarded right now, guys. You ever just feel fucking retarded sometimes? That is not the one I have open. There we go. Shouldn't it be reflected in the... You motherfucker. See if it worked. Thank you, Casey. Let's go. I have so many links. I hate meritocracies, and you should too. Meritocracy doesn't exist. Yeah. Right? Like, we can probably all agree that meritocracy doesn't exist. I don't think we want meritocracy to exist. Actually, you know what? Wait, Gran, if you're still in here, your proposal, I think, is in conflict with this article here. Do you agree or disagree with this idea? Do you think meritocracy is something that we should value? How's that Zelda song go again? Your proposal, though. Your proposal had a very strict, I think, stage 5 society, and the fourth idea of the proposal was that the most capable people should hold positions of responsibility based on merit, if I'm not mistaken. Right? suck right now. Sorry. Grand will not let you run away from this. Hope you know that. Where is that final proposal? Number 3, First Republic. This is the first one. No, not that one. Wait, no, that was the correct one, I think. You sent this last, I think. No, this was the first one. God, you sent me so many fucking proposals, Gran. God damn it. Fucking. Grand. No, that was the right one. Yeah, that was the right one. So this one's the right one. Okay. Grand, this is. My God, bro. I fucking hate Telegram. I don't want to open up fucking Edge, dude. So, Gran, in this right here, it was founded on. Where is it? Here it is. This one was one I thought was important. You'll never get rid of bad actors, Graham. Do you think bad actors will go away? So, in your first proposal, okay? This one. I think it highlights some central ideas. Jim Collins is who I was thinking of. So, is this something you want in your... This is what you think is integral to it, right? Like main core ideas? Jim Collins, level 5 organization. The idea of disciplined thought, by the way, is violently bad to me. I guess we can just go over your proposal now, Graham. You've had enough time to prepare, right? Rope. Oh my god, I suck. Oh my god. Hey, boys. What is this shit? What the? I genuinely don't know. Dude, Cephas in the middle too. Oh my god, the fucking metamorphosis. Got Kafka in the corner. How many trolleys does it take to win the problem? This is probably the best meme you actually posted in here, bro. That's all I'm gonna say. Literally the best meme. Fuck, you're giving me another. Grand. You can't just keep giving me more links. Engage. It's lagging? Fuck. Damn it. Is it bad? Is it lagging bad? I'm gonna lower this to like 480. And you. Should I end my YouTube stream? I feel like my YouTube stream might be fucking stuff up. I am arguing on behalf of 4. I'm taking the conservative position on this one. Only because of the prompt. Only because the prompt is ridiculous. I mean, it's just straight up ridiculous. Also, thank you for this, by the way, Casey. I put it into like a nice little PDF. I'm gonna put into my document from the friends. All right, good. I just deleted some stuff and things. What in the fuck happened? Where'd it go? Huh? Hello? It didn't even paste it, bro. Okay, got it. Whoa, that's big. What the fuck? Why is it so big still? Because the line spacing? Bruh. Oh, that's why. Spacing. Before. Oh my god, no. I didn't mean to do that. You. Yes. Yes. What the? Oh, fuck. Oh, we're good. We're good. No, I want you to engage with me, Graham. I want you to answer my question. God damn it. I asked you a question. Jim Collins. Core idea here. Very specific. Level 5 organization, discipline people, discipline action, singular purpose, and applies rigorous metrics, talent selection, and culture of continual improvement. What are your thoughts on that? So I can not, unfortunately, strawman you or something. I do have TikTok, yeah. I have a video that's going fucking crazy right now. Bogos. It's this one.
That is our
I don't know what the fuck. Randomly yesterday it got 900 views. A lot of my videos have like over 1,000. Like I get like 1,000 views on my fucking videos sometimes. I have 2 followers though. I'm fucking killing it. But this video, I guess, did really well. No, it's because I need to fucking energy. I want to watch them. It's just I have so many fucking my brain is like a fucking squirrel right now. But I need to work on my report here because I need to make sure that I have this. This is something we're going to use in the debate for my friends here. I need to fill this out. It doesn't need to be too crazy, but and then the other thing is that Grand asked me to like go over his proposal for a government with him, and I'm trying to do that right now, but Grand is instead trying to give me more fucking links. I want Grand to tell me if I had to guess, it's probably a very specific type of conceptual uncertainty. I mean, this is stochasticism. This is just stochastic stuff. That's what this is. I mean, Frank Knight was a neoclassical, and this is what I mean when I say that these dudes are like, it's too uncertain, so we just don't care. So someone like Frank Knight, okay, approached the idea of stochastic. What's the viral video? Here. I posted it in the chat. It's this one right here.
But you can't. That is our birthright. But
That's
you
a
can't.
ton of views. No, it's not actually.
Not make peace with evil as a Christian.
Oh, there it is. It's simple. Can't make peace with evil, so you gotta be evil by being evil.
You cannot unite with people who want you dead.
So kill them first.
I want unity in this nation.
So kill them first.
I want to be able to agree on more than what we disagree on.
So kill them.
But for that first to happen, we must understand the battle.
Yeah, and that means killing them first.
We are fighting good versus evil, darkness
Exactly. Eliminate the dark.
versus light. And good must conquer evil.
And I'm wondering who the good here is. I am the good shepherd. Stupid ass video, bro. But it has a lot of views right now. I don't get it. It was random too, like yesterday. Let's see. If I go to my I don't know how to fucking use TikTok. Ah!
That is our birth.
How does one just go to the fucking dude? TikTok. The analytics. There we go. Jesus Christ, bro. Just make an analytic button. Yesterday I got like 900 views just randomly. I guess someone reposted it, or I don't fucking know. Who fucking knows? No one watched past the second though, so I don't. Who fucking cares? My videos suck. Anyways, Grant, for this proposal though, Vermintide 2. I have Vermintide. It's a fun game. So when I went down and read this, okay, below it says a very weird idea. Okay, Graham? It has, where is it? It was, where was it? This. I must say, motivation by reputation and profit are very much things that corrupt and have the capacity to corrupt. I'm not even talking about the how and stuff right now. I'm just literally asking you the fundamental question right now, which I think it's lacking. Enforcement, no. This is a security ecosystem. This is not the one either. God, there's so much shit in my fucking face right now. This is just another version of that one I just looked at, right? Yeah, not this one. I have that pulled up already. This one, right? Also, quit fucking using Scribd. Just upload it to my fucking Discord. I swear to God, Grant, like it wouldn't. You have to make an account, and then it wants you to literally put in a credit card for me to just fucking save this. So like, just put it into my fucking Discord, please, so I don't have to fucking do this. Okay? Because this sucks. Look what you have. Look what you're making me do. I'm gonna have to make like 16 different. No, just put it into Discord. All right. Now where is the fucking one I just opened? This one? I don't have to. What is this arbitration? Fucking fuck. Yeah, it's. I was just letting you know that that's what it does. You like, I can make an account, but it actually says you need to put in a credit card. You know, like when you sign up for a streaming service, and I'm like, what the fuck? I'll read this right now. How about that? We'll read this. So, Built to Last. Is that the book? God damn it. Dude, Energy Dominators over here like, can you watch my stuff too? Cause and I'm just getting lost in Grand's links. Fucking I'm gonna have to go download a book now. Fuck me, dude. It's book time, I guess. And the fucking LibGen mirror is down. Let's go somewhere else. Bullshit. Well, Grand, things can change. Are all of LibGen mirrors down, dude? I am fucking. This is unbelievable. Oh, it's up. Fuck. Oh my God. It won't even let you copy. Oh my God. What is it called? Built to Last? No, you're not. I'm just being funny. I need to learn how to focus on how does non-phone reviews. Okay, I guess LibGen is just literally fucking on the last hamster right now. They forgot to feed them or something. Hurry the fuck up, LibGen. Who am I looking for again? Jerry Porras? Does Jim Collins have a book at least? I'll just do Jim Collins. Is Non-Fawn streaming right now? He likes economics, right? Non-Fawn. That's not Non-Fawn. I don't even follow him yet. Why don't I follow him? Where's his past broadcast? 2 days ago? What's he doing? What is that intro? What in the ever-loving fried fuck is this intro, dude? Come on, music, come back. There it is. I feel like there's two ways I could approach this question. One, as in like there's not enough women, which probably there's not enough women. And then two, do all of these dudes jerk each other off? To both of those questions, I would say there's not enough women in the first one. And to the second one, you're damn right they do. They literally stroke each other's dicks. 100%. Economics field is like extremely self-interested.
Like Southeast Asian countries at all. It's the people. What's up, Easy Money? That can react to their shit without getting copy spec. I wonder how exclusive that club is. I wonder if I can get added to that if I just know the right people, or if they have some
Republican group chat.
Custom top. You sound fine.
Well, his fucking
I mean,
chat is huge.
Or whatever. I don't know. We'll see. I'll mess with it later.
Socialists.
Yep.
Or any one of those for Americans, especially for I think
Paul Krugman, fam? I mean, he's just an economist. You really shouldn't be fans of anyone like that. He has work that's good, but Paul Krugman is just known for his really shit takes on like the market, right? That's kind of the problem, I think, with Paul Krugman. Is he, you know, I think Milton Friedman is a fucking brilliant economist, but I think Milton Friedman fucked up the entire economy at the same time. I think Milton Friedman couldn't separate the identity of his ideology, the non-economic stuff, from his genius in economics, because he was incredibly gifted mathematically and he was intelligent. But I don't think he couldn't separate the ideas or the ideology that he started with this conclusion a lot of the time when it came to political doctrine and worked his way forward. But I mean, the reason people don't like Paul Krugman is because he has like a history of making financial fucking predictions that are just ass. Okay? Like that's the problem with Paul Krugman. The growth of the internet will slow drastically as the flaw in Metcalfe's law. You know, like his prediction stuff, that shit is hilarious. Like he thought the internet was like worthless almost. He essentially like inversely predicted the fucking financial crisis in 2008, if I'm not mistaken. He thought Bitcoin was stupid, so a lot of the Bitcoin people fucking hated him. But to be fair, given enough time, I think Paul Krugman became right on this one because crypto became plagued with fucking retards. So take that. I think this prediction, we spoke too soon. Transitory inflation. This one, I think Paul Krugman, I don't know why the fuck he just makes dumb predictions. That's all I can really say. He puts himself in the public eye a lot, and then his predictions look really stupid. Is just the annoying part about him. Where is Jim Collins' book? What do you mean by spiritually there? You mean like, do I subscribe to like Eastern medicine shit or meditation and stuff?
They had a problem that was welded to a bubble that was a bubble based a little bit on.
Who the fuck is he talking to? No, I don't really believe in any spirituality. Who the fuck is he talking to?
Yet, not to the extent that they should, in order to make up that difference. So that would be the second part of that equation, was that was not something that Greece wanted to do.
I'm just curious what this
they
kid's up to.
had to do it because they were scrambling for ways to correct what was fundamentally like a gigantic market failure, and a huge percentage of that. And this, you disagree with me here, but you can feel free to disagree. But I think it's been repetitive.
I mean, I'm not gonna.
I don't even know what to disagree with.
I'm not gonna have enough knowledge to hardcore agree or disagree with
I don't even know what he's talking about.
much of what you say. I mean, my understanding, like I said, it's like Greece just had some, like initially sort of irresponsible fiscal policies, and like when 2008 hit, like a bunch of creditors like lost confidence in them, and I think it was worsened by the fact that they were in the because they didn't control
so
their.
they had been fraudulent, literally directly fraudulent on a national level, not on a company to company level, which you can sometimes get over that. As bad as that sounds.
Who is he talking to?
As bad as it is, you can sometimes survive that.
No, we already had this discussion. That's not true. You and I both know that's not true. There are people who believe in the Christianity and Judaism who study the study the Bible critically. That doesn't negate it for you.
If your economy is big enough, their economy was not big enough, and they were doing it fraudulently on a national level.
Who the fuck is he talking about?
They were literally cooking the books.
Who the fuck is he talking about?
So that's so they were lying about what their incoming and
Was this like Enron or something? What are we talking about?
outgoings were in terms of GDP. So
Who's cooking the books? Does he think America was cooking the books? What is going on?
they hot cooked the books on the GDP side, which
Hey, look at Non-Fon's face. Wait a minute. Did I catch that? Where is it? He's like
outgoings were in terms
He's
of
like-
GDP.
What the fuck did you just say?
So they hot cooked the books on the
That is so he's like All right, we're talking about Enron, I guess.
side, which
This link right here. You want me to post what I'm listening to? I don't know. It just seems funny.
encourages
I just want to see
spending,
what he was up to. It's his last
but
broadcast.
that spending has no
Granted, it's his last broadcast, and I just like skipped the middle.
banking to back it because they weren't backed by the euro yet.
I still don't know what country we're talking about. Greece?
Not to the extent that they should have been, and then
You're either backed or you're not backed. So what are we talking
and
about?
the confluence of those two things was enough to essentially put them completely underwater.
But I don't even know.
from
Like, what the hell would I
2015.
even?
I think my problem with New Atheism being anti-theist is that New Atheism, if they propose that, they're essentially committing the very same act that they condemn, where you are trying to enact some authoritarian top-down legislative level over something that is metaphysically unquestionably not possible to answer. So in trying to destroy religion or in trying to delete religion, you end up committing the very same act that you condemn, which is force people into religion.
Until 2019.
It's unfortunately a paradox,
Look up
in
the
my
like
opinion.
mind. Like what I have to look up.
To truly believe in your opinion that you think people should not condemn others or control other people's lives with metaphysical questions from religion, you can't just think that we should eliminate it, because you end up doing that via a different route.
Greece lying GDP. Like I have no clue even.
Oh, I'll send you some
Yeah,
stuff. I'll send you some stuff yeah.
He's laughing, bro. He's like, yeah, you send me that. You send me those books. I mean, is that not a valid question? What was the context, Grant? You better not fucking make me go watch this now so I can fucking dunk on you or something. But like, what is the context of that? Was Kumo saying some stupid shit about mosques or something? Why would anyone even ask that question unless the other person was saying some stupid ass shit about Muslims? I am discussing too many things at once, but I decided to watch Nonfon here for a second, who's another streamer, because I'm just curious what he does. And he's debating what I believe to be is the bottom of a boat mussel, whose entire life is just to fucking breathe on the side of a boat. But
No,
I'm not sure.
Greece
I have to wait until I figure that one out.
Lied. They just fucking lied
I'm pretty sure he's just the bottom of a boat mussel.
about. So one of the first things that has to happen when you leverage yourself in the way that America has, and in a way I disagree with, but plenty of people more.
How is it a gotcha? You're not giving me the context. I mean, slightly, I guess that's context, but like, what do you mean, Graham? Why did he ask that question anyway?
Like, oh, I'm not addicted to being sober. Meanwhile, they got to be sober every second of the day just to feel normal. Just drink the beer, bro. In fact, I'll be signing an executive order mandating you to delete some beers tonight. People who are sober are always like, oh, I'm not addicted to being sober. Meanwhile, they got to be sober every second of the day just to feel normal. Just drink the beer, bro. In fact, I'll be signing an executive order mandating you to delete some beers tonight. People who are sober are always like, oh, I'm not.
The U.S.-Russia conflict? There is no... Oh, Ukraine, okay. I mean, what do I think of it? Well, I think this one's pretty clear. Russia, after the USSR fell, has evolved into a fucking straight-up dictatorship, right? That's pretty obvious. Putin is not a friend of the United States and will never be a friend of my personal opinion or thoughts. I think Putin needs to be essentially checked. Ukraine is a country that tried to separate themselves from him. And Ukraine, to me, if I'm going to come at this morally, seems to be the better side in this. And then I think Russia is overstepping its boundaries by invading Ukraine. If only Ukraine was a journalist, Russia would have ended this war with some fucking like cyanide before we ever even had to worry about the trenches. Or maybe like a political opponent, I don't know. Graham, I told you this is the last broadcast that he did. So go to Nonfon's channel and then I guess I can just do this maybe.
Are you like are you on a walk or something? We can hear something.
I didn't think it would be easy. I can do it that way. And then Samurai, I think my issue is that I do think a lot of people have religious beliefs, whether they're strong or weak. That doesn't matter, but getting rid of it is just a bad idea. It's not about the meaning of purpose, though. Because people who are atheists are not convinced by the purpose that religion is supposed to bring them, right? The problem of new atheism trying to get rid of religion is that now you're mandating or trying to do the very thing that you are condemning as an atheist. I don't want religion pushed on me, and I want to eliminate religion are the same thing. What makes me think Putin is a dictator? To which part, Samurai? Edward, I'm honestly, I probably could attempt to come at this from about 1 million different ways. I think the majority of atheists are essentially agnostic. I think very few of them are anti-theist that are serious people. But Edward, I could come at this from 1 million different ways. You know, the inner machinations of like Russian politics, and how internationally Putin seems to be able to murder anyone he wants who's essentially trying to run against him. I mean, why do you think he is not? He's given every single answer to that question himself. They don't even have elections anymore, really, right? I mean, who is the opposition party to Putin right now in Russia? It's a one-party state. So, who is the opposition right now to Putin in Russia? Can you answer that question? Diminished sevens. God, I haven't practiced 251s in forever. Yep, it is in there. It goes. Let's see. You have to go down to the fourth in that for that one, right? I mean, music is just it's always someone's always done what you're doing, right? So that's why it's important to take influence from everyone else when you make music. You could say Saint Putin, he has himself had multiple assassination attempts on him. A lot of dictators, my friend, have had assassination attempts on them. I don't believe the Russian people are bad, by the way. So when I'm espousing my opinions on Russia right now, it is necessarily just kind of directed at the fact that he's a dictator. But Putin himself having assassination attempts on him does not make him not a dictator. I mean, the absence of a government, though, is kind of not, a little bit worse. No, people are not good in practice, no. I disagree. I think people have the capacity to do bad and good, and governments have a duty to try and... Who, me? What does black pilled mean again? Incel. Oh. What the fuck?
Hey, are you like on a walk or something? We can
Fucking
hear
sick.
something.
Oh, actually, sorry. Let me get away from the road.
You might hear my dog.
I'll mute myself.
What does it mean then? Nihilism is an extremely complex philosophy that is very much misunderstood and misrepresented. So nihilism might be a pretty hard thing to say for this, but I don't know. What makes you think I'm a nihilist? That's good. You probably could teach me a lot about nihilism then. I mean, one sec. Indicate that it's purely a people issue? Let's go back again. Edward, did you say something recently? What'd you say? Nothing. Okay, doesn't matter. Let's see. You said governments are bad in practice, people are good in practice. Now, my response to that, right, was that I think people are capable of both. I don't think I mentioned anywhere that it was purely a people issue or an issue at all, or anything to do with the amount of people. Why would you think that? I mean, we could start with the basics, right? Nihilism did not start with Nietzsche. Was it like a post-Nietzsche thing, or do you think Nietzsche came up with it? It's a tangent, yeah. Okay. Just want to make sure. Because a lot of people think that Nietzsche invented the term, and he's definitely not the person who did. Second, think you can only hold a certain number of people. You can only hold a certain number of people can be held accountable in a community, and after a certain number, every community becomes at least semi-oligarchical. Wait, what? No, that was Tank. I said I have to believe that ours didn't begin in 2022. But it started much before that. It started realistically when Ukraine finally got rid of the Russian puppet that was leading their country corruptly and like in a corrupt way. Once that happened, Russia was like, fuck, we have to like invade them now because we don't control them anymore. So I guess that probably is the moment it became a real conflict. There's a lot of assumptions, though. I mean, I like what you're saying, Timeliest. It's just, I didn't even get to finish my sentence, though. In the 90s, yeah, when the USSR fell apart, obviously, the Budapest Memorandum, Ukraine was essentially the industrial capital of the USSR and had all of their fucking weapons, all of their nuclear weapons. So back then, that was the interest, but Ukraine was de facto controlled. The reason, like, let me ask you this. Do you know why Ukraine was not let into NATO in the 90s? Why did we not just let them in the 90s? Why did we just give them security guarantees? No, it's because we didn't trust them. Ukraine was essentially a Russian state. Even if it wanted, even if it fractured from the USSR. The leaders of Ukraine and the political, so like, it wasn't like really about them joining NATO. They were not going to be in NATO then because we didn't trust them. We thought they were just an extension of the Russian state at that time. But in 2014, do you remember what happened? Violation of the Budapest Memorandum? Or we're talking like in 95, 96? It was like 2 years after the USSR fell, so it's not like it was exactly put together well, right? It's a little disorganized. But Russia did know, and the entire USSR had most of its manufacturing, its scientists, its food production, as well as its weapons, nuclear weapons, in Ukraine. Ukraine has a ton of resources, yeah. Russia, unfortunately for Russia, right? If we look at Russia on a map right now, and when we look at Ukraine, Ukraine has much better farmland, has much better access to the farmland, it's easier to get the material out of the ground. Russia has Siberia, but no one fucking lives out here, and it's a fucking pain in the ass to get anything out of the ground here. So, so yeah, Russia, but mainly Ukraine had literally all of their nuclear weapons, if I'm not mistaken. Like USSR, nuclear weapons, launch centers. Most of them were in Ukraine, okay? This is recent, fuck. Where's the goddamn USSR one? Yeah, I mean, do you know the I know this just because I did on stream the other day, but do you know what percentage of Russia's land is like arable? Oh, I fucking spelled that wrong. Arable. It's like 7%. Yeah, 7%. That's it. And Ukraine, okay, it's arable land or arable land. So 7% for Russia. Ukraine has like 50, if I'm not mistaken. 56.8. So even though Russia has a lot of land, a lot of it is like really worthless. And at some point it might not be worthless, but the problem with like even Russia's natural resources is that, yeah, like Russia has a bunch of resources in the middle of nowhere, right? But you can't grow food out here, which means people won't move out there, which means to actually get people to come here to mine the resources is going to be really hard. Really hard. Because they can't get people to move out into fucking Siberia because you have to ship food from here all the way into the fucking Siberian nonsense. And that means that the pricing of how to get these resources out of the ground will be drastically higher because you have to ship food. Fucking, how many miles is this? Let's just start from Ukraine at least. Isn't this longer than, this is like 2/3 of the US. Yeah, I mean, capitalism versus communism. Russia is capitalist. What are you talking about? What in the fuck are you talking about? What part of Russia is not a market economy? I think Israel is committing a genocide. I think Israel needs to, they need to try Netanyahu, Ben-Gvir, Yoav Gallant, and the acting defense minister for war crimes. I do think Israel is not a country that needs to be destroyed or deteriorated. I support Israel, but Israel is committing a fucking genocide. So a little bit of a nuanced position. Both of them are capitalist. China is a capitalist country. China has a mixed economy like every other country. So like when I say capitalist, it's a mixed economy or a market economy, which means China uses state-owned enterprises and uses government spending when it feels like it is more efficient. In the case of like BYD, would I ever live in China? I don't know. But I don't fall for the moral panic that people have for China. China has a lot of misinformation about it, so. But for like BYD, China has a better electric car now. And we used to have a better electric car. Tesla used to be the best fucking electric car company on the planet, but we have a fucking retard with like who's trying to fulfill the alphabet in children's names, who decided to not like make a better car with all the money we gave him, and instead he just like fucked everyone near him and raped them probably. I don't know. He's got some weird fucking allegations and did stock buybacks. Well, China is like, no, we want you to make a better car, and now they have a better car than us. So it depends on how you use the money. Why is it? Because Elon has entrenched himself in the ethos as well as how they pick the board members. So like, I'm sure Tesla's board members are like a bunch of his fucking friends. I have a guess. Okay. Not only is, I mean, normally the CEO is not on the board of directors like this. So Elon essentially entrenched himself. Probably the best way to put it. I'm not sure why. He's a fucking loser. But we have whoever this person is. Just a Silicon Valley fucking. I mean, 12 years ago, I would have said no, because Elon was making a better car. What? What are you talking about? What? I guess she's on here, yeah. The CEO is usually not an important fucking board member though. They have a vote though. The CEO is meant to, you know, extend the executive function of whatever the board members vote for, and then obviously a CEO will have like a COO, CFO, various other C-suite positions depending on what they think they need. But I mean, Musk has a literal, what is this, sister? I mean, his sister, I guess, I don't even know who the fuck Kimball Musk is, but she's not going to vote against him. So Musk kind of entrenched himself. That's why. That's why he's still on the board and still the CEO. I mean, I don't know if it's that simple. Like a fucking C-suite executive hierarchy is going to be. I mean, there's like a logistics, right? An operations side, and then there's a financial side, and then you have a subset underneath that. Yeah. Yeah, it's just logistics operation side and then a financial side, but I don't know if I'd say the CTO has everyone who does all the work underneath them. The COO is someone who probably would dictate to those both. The COO is generally going to do the operations, so. Yeah. I mean, what tech are we talking about right now? I honestly have never. Isn't this wouldn't the CTO be underneath the COO? Is this like a new position? Who the fuck is this? I mean, companies can make these things up, so it really depends. Okay. This would be developing. Okay, more developing. But for a tech company, it looks like, yeah. Yeah, that's one. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Research and development. Okay, yeah. So a tech company, this is like a tech company COO. Pretty much. Pretty much, yeah. I would agree to that. We kind of got off topic though, didn't we? You called me a nihilist and then a black pill. Incel.
You might hear Hobbes.
The fuck? How could you do this? China does not do top-down planning completely. Yeah, I know. I was just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you. Call me an incel, bro. I hurt.
Treated you and all of your burns. They saved your life, and you'd want to blow them up. And she goes, absolutely. Wafa had been a woman in Gaza. She had pulled a pot of boiling water over herself when she was like 5 or 6 years old. The Israelis treat most of the people out of Gaza who have really catastrophic medical injuries. She goes back to Gaza after being
because Gaza doesn't have the capability of doing it.
Treated for 4 or 5 years in Israel. She gets recruited to be a suicide bomber. And she'd been given 3 target options by the Alaska Martyrs Brigade: a bus, a cafe, or the hospital that had treated her and saved her life. She chose the hospital that had treated her and saved her life. She gets to the checkpoint. They discover that she has a bomb. She tries to detonate it. It doesn't go off. She gets thrown in jail. Again, the Israelis treat her. They help her with her burns. They educate her. They give her a college.
What the fuck am I listening to? What is this? Who is this guy? Why does he look like he's trying to sell me a used car? Is he about to fucking this baby can fucking go for mine?
And now in the allegedly deal, she goes back to Gaza. So I go.
The fuck is he wearing, bro? Yeah, I do. The promise from the king to the leader of the Israeli Zionist movement of the time to give Israel back to the Jewish people if they helped them in World War I. Yeah, I'm very familiar with it. Why did you bring that up? I'm also very familiar with the fact that no one fucking cared and they didn't act on that fucking declaration whatsoever. It's kind of funny until after World War II, but what's the point of bringing that up? You don't think Britain actually gave the Jews Israel at the time of the Balfour Declaration, right? When it was proposed? You actually think that happened? The British government declared in a letter to the Zionist leader that they would, but that didn't happen for another 30 or 40 years, bro. You know why Britain didn't do that, by the way? Because even though Britain thought that Judea, or now Israel, or that whole area of Palestine, which wasn't even recognized by Britain either, so they really wouldn't have given a fuck if they wanted to kick the Palestinians out. They just thought of it as land. But they wouldn't just give up land for no reason. They just wanted to hold it, but they didn't want to recognize any country there because that would have made it fucked. I mean, the Palestinians wanted to have representation, but Britain conquered the area in like 18 something, and they were like, "Nah, we'll name it when we want to use it." Because if they did name it, then there would be like international outcry, like people would actually be able to rally around something. Maybe, but Britain did not think so. So Britain did not do that. You think it's a conflict between borders? What, Israel and Gaza? I mean, you can't just ignore geopolitics because at some point it will come back and haunt you. This is an issue that is like more of a interconnected one. So if you just like let me put it this way. If you live in a community and you notice that everyone around you is starting to become homeless, but you're fine, and then one day you wake up and go, why is my community fucking homeless? There's homeless everywhere. There's so much fucking things going on. People are committing crimes. And you think to yourself that like you can just stay in your home and it'll all go away. I have news for you, man. It's not a conflict between defining borders. Even though Israel is committing a genocide. It's not crazy because Israel is a democracy that... Do you guys know how much money the United States gave Israel in the 1950s? Does anyone know? And also another question. In the 1950s? Why are people so fucking ignorant on this shit, man? Holy crap. Do you know the year the Yom Kippur War happened? The 6-Day War. One sec. I'm playing with someone. I mean, in a way, the reason Israel exists is because of sympathy that was born out of the Holocaust, yeah. No, I'm asking Edward. Do you know what year the Yom Kippur War happened? I mean, you can look it up, but like, or you can just talk to me and I can tell you. This is not a border dispute, by the way, guys. It was 1967. So, Palestine, Gaza, and the West Bank did invade Israel during the Yom Kippur War. Israel, in that 6-day war, took that land during that war. That's when they seized Gaza and the West Bank. So, Israel did not just like randomly take the land. It was because of a war that happened where they were invaded by Egypt, Jordan, Syria. And when that moment happened, the US decided to choose a side and we chose Israel. If I show you something right now, the reason we have such a strong tie with Israel is because we chose a side at that very moment. How much money did we give before 1970? I'll get a better chart. Israel's not that. People are over. There's a lot of anti-Semitism right now, and people are over. They're over estimating how much influence Israel has. I'm sorry. Look how much money the U.S. gave before 1970. I know, but the narrative that like Israel has a ton of influence on the U.S. is true. But you have to keep in mind that AIPAC, do you know what the acronym stands for? Sorry, Sam, I didn't answer your question. My bad. Okay, well, the problem here is that AIPAC is a drop in the bucket in American politics as it relates to a bunch of other influences. So, do you know how much money AIPAC gives to congressional members? And keep in mind, this type of stuff is really hard to track. The way they do donations, and I saw this firsthand when I owned my company, when I worked with council members of like even local cities, is they would do these magical fucking fundraisers to get donations that wouldn't even be recorded at all. So you would buy like seats to a dinner that were like $15,000, and you buy like a fucking auction at the end or like a cookbook, and that would be like fucking $50,000, and it was not a donation, right? But Israel is maybe, I don't know. I am definitely a true contrarian, but it's not because of destiny. It's probably because being a true contrarian is really hard, but I personally think destiny is not the one who came up with this. I think everyone should read this book if you want to know what being a contrarian really is. It means being okay with being alone on a lot of your opinions. And constantly being a skeptic, I think is what you meant to say, is a good thing. But I'm doing like leading questions right now because I feel like I've noticed an increase in anti-Semitism in my country because Israel is committing a fucking genocide. Yeah, the literal Merriam-Webster's definition of it. Yes, I know. But again, I pulled up a book so I could show you what I believe it means to be a contrarian. Someone who is hateful, violent, or otherwise driven by racial or ethnic violence, and it doesn't matter, against Semitic speaking people. I mean, that's what Semitic is. It just means a type of language, ethnic language. That's a good thing. There's nothing wrong with being an idiot. Here's a question. Okay, someone answer this. Is American politics too involved with private money interest? Do we have too much private money pouring into American politics? Yes or no? Okay. Does anyone know where Israel is as it relates to total money in U.S. politics? And how it relates to other political action committees? Just curious. Where would you rank Israel? No, Gran, anti-Semitism means anti-Semitic language. Arabs are Semitic. How is it not a good question? Okay, well, the answer is they can't. Israel doesn't have a political action committee. So the acronym AIPAC, what does that stand for? That has nothing to do with influence of Israel on the U.S. We have a large contribution to Israel's military program, but we also make money on that. When we give them an F-35 in that package, they also need training. A lot of the times, it's not completely covered. I mean, we do make money in these deals. And we also have a massive foothold in the Middle East to make sure we have good reconnaissance and blah, 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 blah. But that didn't answer my question. What does AIPAC stand for? You should be worried about any country's influence being too extreme on your own country. Yeah, I personally think that what we're about to get to would solve this, but what does AIPAC stand for? Can you read this? American Israeli. Yes. Political Action Committee. So, are the people who head AIPAC American or are they foreign citizens? Are they American citizens? How is it loaded? their interests are also American because they're American. They're all Americans. So this question here, can a foreign citizen make a political action committee in the US? Yes or no? Correct. Correct. A lot of it comes from American citizens who made money in America and want to help their Jewish heritage country. What would you say to that? It's not coming from Israel. It's coming from people who made money in the US. But they're not. They're American citizens. Can someone answer this question? Can a foreign citizen make a political action committee in the US? Yes or no? Yeah. No, AIPAC's a little more diverse than that, buddy. But I don't really agree with this, by the way. I am being a little bit of a contrarian here, or I am doing a devil's advocate move right now because I think money needs to be taken out of politics considerably. I think this is a bad incentive. So, if you want my real opinion on this, it's not too far removed from your own. But for the sake of the fun here, why don't we stick with my questions? Can a foreign citizen make political action committees in the US? No. Correct. The answer is no. So, AIPAC's leaders are Americans, and any American has the right to try and form a political, they act on their political will. Now, on paper, I hate you. I mean, they live here, though. It's not just on paper. That's my point. The people who lead AIPAC are American citizens who want to help their birth country. And they advocate on things that are mutually beneficial. They do have a lot of influence in the US. Some would say too much. I would say too much. Now, I mean, it's kind of hard to say that someone's allegiance is not in the country that they live in and have lived in their whole life and made all their money in and their family is in. Some of them are dual citizens. Cool. Now, my main point of saying this, and the question you said that was not a good question earlier. Israel gets AIPAC gets a lot of attention because of the anti-Semitism. So now what I want to ask you is, where on the political donation influence ladder is AIPAC in relation to, let's just say, Saudi Arabia, which is an actual foreign government that funds U.S. elections and one individual extremely. Why do I believe that? If you take the time to actually go to the website, Grand, and look through their bills, you'll notice that it doesn't say death to America. It's something that they have to advocate on behalf of being mutually beneficial to both. And the only thing I can say to that is you should just read it. It's a cooperative type thing. unless you want to like ignore the words and just make something up. So, yeah, I mean, here's a bill summary of this. They're going to buy more contracts from us in our military. Well, what about the other stuff? What about the pharmaceutical industry? What about those political action committees? Where is AIPAC on this ladder? That would kind of be important, right? If AIPAC has so much influence, shouldn't we know where it is on the influence-o-meter? That's where they are. Man, where to start with this? Where to start with this? Okay. Yeah, we're not disagreeing. It's irrelevant. Foreign aid is not going to be influence on us. You're kind of assuming something backwards, aren't you? Shouldn't we be thinking about how it's directly influencing us? We get a bunch of benefits from giving Israel aid. And like I showed you on this nice little graph here, the reason we give Israel aid is because we chose a side after the Yom Kippur War. And we wanted a democratic foothold in the area. We get a massive benefit from Israel being an ally. More than the $3 billion that we could possibly give each year, the $4 billion, depends. We added the provision for the extra amount recently with the Ukraine deal, but we have definitely returned more than what we've given them. Because if you look at this, we haven't given them that much money. How is it anti-American? Correct, Dennis. Egypt and all the other countries were taking in Soviet Union weapons and influence. We chose Israel as our different side. We've done this in many places around the world. No, I'm asking you why you think it's anti-American to support an ally across the world in a strategic and beneficiary role. Why is that anti-American? The Palestinians invaded Israel in the Yom Kippur War. Israel took over the area, Gaza and the West Bank, because they were in a war. They were invaded. What are you trying to say? The fuck is it? We have so much private money in this goddamn country. Jesus Christ. I support Israel, but I think Israel's committing a genocide. I think that Israel, and more importantly, Netanyahu, has been probably one of the worst people to exist on the planet in the past 70 years. He is causing so much damage internationally to the image of Israel because of his fucking self-interested fucking attitude and his retardation, because he was prime minister from 2009 to 2021. See, you remember when you said loaded language earlier? The irony in saying that is that you're not understanding that Israel is not just like a Netanyahu country. He won with 23% of the vote, man. And he had to appeal to the craziest psychos in that country. Most of Israel doesn't even agree with Zionism in the way that you think they do. It's not a popular fucking thing. In fact, a lot of Israelis fucking hate the stupid fucking Orthodox people who don't actually, they don't even need to fucking join the military. And then they make all the problems. So like, just know that like what you're saying is loaded. You're just implying that the U.S. is somehow subjected or submissive to Israel. And I asked you a question like, how much money is the influence of Israel in the grand scheme of things compared to other political action committees? If you really wanted to say that we were in bed with Israel, submissive to them, shouldn't you be able to answer that question? I think Israel is actually in a very scary position because Trump, at any moment, could give in because he has no values to the very fact that Israel is no longer someone that people like. The conservatives in this country are super fucking, convinced. America is absolutely influenced by Israeli politics. I will obviously say yes to that question. Saudi Arabia influences the U.S. far more than Israel does right now. That is a fucking fact. In the worst way. And it's directly into Trump's fucking bank account. Which is very concerning. Israel is probably not the country we should be concerned about when it comes to this. But the anti-Semitism... No, the Saudis are building data centers in our country using fake fucking LLCs because Trump sold our country to them. So if you want to know who is actually influencing the U.S. right now, it is literally a theocratic dictatorship led by a dude named King Abdullah. It's not a whataboutism. No, it is not. That is definitely not a whataboutism. I'm confronting the idea that Israel is uniquely in a position to influence the U.S., and this stems from the idea of anti-Semitism. It's just subconscious at this point. And you say Israel because why? What is your reasoning? I don't think you hate Jews. No. You're misinterpreting what I'm saying. It's like the anti-Semitic nature that this country is in right now fulfills a bunch of fucking narratives that people don't know are anti-Semitic. So like AIPAC gets a lot of light. People are highlighting AIPAC without knowing where its position is on the influence spectrum as it relates to the United States. And the truth is that Israel doesn't actually influence as much as people say it does. Americans inside of America who are sympathetic to Israel run the pack, and they do spend a lot of money on this. But Israel is, as a country, is not building AI data centers and making $600 billion deals with the United States, right? So I'll ask you again, what is your reasoning for why Israel is such a privileged position and influence in U.S. politics? Bogos, you're funny. I don't really care if they get 97% of supported candidates elected. They probably back candidates that are most likely to be elected, Casey. Don't you think that would factor into that? They're not going to back someone who's not going to get elected. This is like the FBI's conviction rate. You know, the FBI does not like bring cases on people if they don't know they're going to win. Now, again, I didn't say Israel does not influence American politics, but the AIPAC committee is Americans. So that's Americans spending money on candidates that are sympathetic to their cause, which is supporting Israel. It is not the Israeli government supporting candidates to get elected. Sure. So when you said the amount of money they spend on politicians, who is spending money? Is it Americans or is it the Israeli government? I'm not saying you're anti-Semitic, bro. Just relax. I just want to point out the inconsistency of like where people feel like Israel's. Yeah, I have a Discord server. They don't just lobby for a foreign government. They lobby on behalf of a relationship with them because they're American citizens. For instance, right? A lot of political action committees can do these things. This is a right that U.S. citizens have. We have Africa Action. We have blah, 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 blah. But you have to be an American citizen to make a political action committee. No, that part I won't agree with. Timeliest, we can do both. This country's beyond fucking rich, out of our fucking mind. We have the capability of doing both. We barely give them any money. What do you mean, make who register as a foreign government? Political action committees are not headed by foreign governments. They're headed by individuals, and they're all American. I never said that. And if you go through AIPAC's bills, they definitely don't just say the U.S. needs to be submissive to Israel. And again, I already said I kind of disagree with the amount of influence they have, but people are conflating the idea that Israel is literally controlling the U.S., and it bothers me because it's not true. It's a drop in the bucket. It is a drop in the bucket of the amount of money that goes through the U.S. into political hands. Okay? We have tons of money going through multiple political action committees, and Israel is nowhere near the top. That is made by the legislative branch. It probably was, I would assume, approved by AIPAC. But we have a lot of stupid laws in the U.S. Yeah, okay. I was going to say, the leaders cannot be literally Israelis. I mean, they can be dual citizens, but just know it's Americans giving money. I know they do. It's Americans making money and then creating a PAC and then pushing a cause that is promote relations with Israel in America. That is fundamentally different than Israel literally influencing the U.S. We're talking about is like American citizens, okay, who make money here. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And the problem here is not that like American citizens want to like have better relations with another country. They should have the right to make a pact to try and have a cause that, you know, can be good. I just said Israel does influence American politics, yes. Miriam Adelson is a leader in AIPAC, yes. She's also an American citizen. She also gave $100 million to Trump directly. And I just want to point out again, did that really influence Trump? Jesus Christ, that was insane when I hit this. Israel does influence American politics a little too much. And it does so by abusing the relationship, especially the militaristic relationship that the United States has that benefits us on behalf of that. Oh. Can you fucking show me a better chart, Ram? Who the fuck are you? I fucking hate CoinMarketCap, bro. Yes, we agree. We do. But I don't think that's the end of the conversation, right? That's where I disagree. I think Israel is not the important part of this conversation at that point. Would you agree to that? What is the bigger problem here? That's not what whataboutism is? Not every single time that you bring up an adjacent idea or something that is supplemental that could argue against your position does not mean it's a whataboutism. It's a very specific type of fallacy. It has qualifiers. Yeah, it depends on the conversation. And the implication here is that Israel is uniquely influential on American politics, is it not? Yes? It is nowhere near the most influential. That's where you're fucking wrong. See, this is what I'm talking about. It is most definitely not. I think it's directly related to it, not just adjacent. We're talking about like the same fucking cast right now, okay? Israel is not uniquely influential on the United States right now. Let me ask you something. Let's go to the White House deal with Saudi Arabia. Let me ask you something. Apparently, we made a $600 billion investment deal from Saudi Arabia. Yeah? Isn't that what this says? Actually, it's Saudi Arabia investing themselves $600 billion into the U.S., into our country. The fucking government is literally investing $600 billion. I don't need to use the AI synopsis. It's very, like, you can just answer the question or, you know, stick with me. Does that say we are letting a foreign government invest $600 billion fucking dollars into the U.S.? And it tells us how in a little bit. It doesn't amount to 600 billion. I've gone through this extensively. Because this is literally influencing the US. This is them literally investing money directly into the US. This right here, $20 billion. We're letting Saudi Arabia build our AI data centers that are nuclear, by the way. We're going to let a foreign government build $20 billion worth of data centers and energy infrastructure. What is the total amount of aid that we have given to Israel? The total amount of aid. Does anyone know? Take a guess. Anyone? Take a guess. $350 billion, just about. This is 2 times. It's not this number, but we'll just go off what the title says. I've already gone through this entire thing. It's nowhere close to 600, but just think for a second that Saudi Arabia, through a shell company, I'm not kidding. When you look up DataVolt, it is not a real company. It's a fucking fake company. And you can tell it's I've gone through literally extensively through all of these companies. This is literally a fucking made up website done with, like, I don't know, exclamation, I guess. This is not a real company, but they're going to somehow be on top of how much money? $100 billion worth of investment to build in our country. What kind of influence do you think that's going to be? The only reason I know it's nuclear is because right after this, Trump hasn't said it publicly, but because I'm a psycho and I watch everything Trump does, Trump did a press conference with Christopher Wray where he talks about who is going to be building these AI data centers. He doesn't mention Saudi Arabia, but Saudi Arabia has plans to build these AI data centers and energy infrastructure. No, I'm not blatantly lying, bro. The fuck? I've literally watched this shit. It's from fucking like months ago now, unfortunately. And Google search to do what? Have you figured out what they're building then? What are they building? What energy infrastructure is Saudi Arabia building? No, you don't. Because that's when you have influence over someone. We have influence over Israel. Israel relies on us. You don't want to be beholden to Shakmeh IV Solutions, LLC, which was made literally days after Trump won the election and gets a $6 billion deal for a company that doesn't even exist. Is that the type of influence you want? Wow. Impressive. Why is this company getting a massive deal? I don't know. Does anyone know? Why is Datavolt getting this massive deal? Nice, man. Emerging energy sectors. And which one of those energy sectors would qualify as emerging right now? And how is that not nuclear? Because I don't know if you realize this, Timeless Tank, but maybe you should go to the White House website, because he is, days after this was posted, I'm not kidding, days, maybe you should take the time to read what Trump says he's going to do. He essentially said that we are going to literally use private money to make nuclear data centers. And he doesn't want to say in this that it's Saudi Arabia, but that's what's happening. I don't know what data center would be $20 billion if it wasn't nuclear, but no, it's not happening right now because the fucking material and no one wants to do it. He's just saying it. This number is fake, so this number 600 billion is fake. But this is what influence looks like. I mean, that's what they said they're doing, bro. I'm not lying. If you refuse to read, I don't know what to tell you. It actually explicitly says it in here. Look. Where is it? Let's go to the second one. Correct, yeah. I think the word private is what he hides behind on this. Why do people just not read what Trump's administration said he's going to do? How the fuck would I even lie about that? I'm literally just reading what they say they're going to do, man. it's kind of like mind-boggling, if you ask me. Was a press conference, so it wasn't Christopher Wray, it was the fucking Green Goblin looking guy. What the fuck is his name? Lutnick. That's right. Fuck, it's gonna be hard to find this, isn't it?
First executive order we
There we
have
go.
for you relates to the issue that Secretary Hegseth was speaking to, which is the need for incredible amounts of power at defense installations and also in AI-focused installations. First executive order we have for you relates to the issue that Secretary Hegseth was speaking to, which is the need for incredible amounts of power at defense installations and also in AI-focused installations.
Okay. AI.
What this executive order will do is speed up the approval and adoption process for specialized
For AI specialized nuclear reactors.
nuclear reactors at
He doesn't say Saudi Arabia. I'm just connecting the dots. I'm just connecting the dots, dude. Because right here on his website at whitehouse.gov, can you read this for me? Huh? What do you mean conspiracy, bro? There's no conspiracy. He can get away with it. He doesn't need to fucking lie, actually. My God, bro. Did you read this? Weird. I wonder why it would say $20 billion. That's a lot of money, by the way, dude. In AI data centers and energy infrastructure. And this dude says...
executive order we have for you relates to the issue that Secretary Hegseth was speaking to, which is the need for incredible amounts of power at defense installations.
$20 billion is a lot of money for a fucking factory, bro. Are you fucking kidding me? Man, they don't really teach you math and philosophy, do they? Jesus Christ.
And
Military jets are pretty expensive, yes. I'm aware of that.
also in AI-focused installations. What this executive order will do is speed up the...
You know how much the LNG plant, the largest LNG plant in the entire world is in Canada right now? This plant costs? Do you know how much it costs? The largest plant in the entire world being built for liquid natural gas. How much do you think this costs? Look at you running away from my question again. That's funny. Come on, man. What does this say? This is the largest fucking plant on the entire planet in history, and it's just twice as much as what that number I just said is. Do you think $20 billion is not a lot of money? Because if you do, that's fucking retarded. An entire pipeline is worth 6.2. Why are you acting like you know anything about how much these construction projects cost? It also says, by the way, right below, that there's going to be $80 billion invested in cutting-edge transformative technologies, which could mean fucking anything. So, I don't know, maybe it's all just data vault. I don't fucking know. there's literally no whataboutism happening here. I think you just need to relax and understand that $20 billion to invest in energy is a lot of money. As it pertains to like building a fucking one fucking center. We're not talking about the entire fiscal budget here. But $20 million is a lot of money. I'm just like, this company, by the way, Datavolt, man, I don't know how many centers they're going to build. But what I can tell you is that this number is not correct either. There's no way $600 billion is what they're spending. When you add all this up, it doesn't come close to 600 billion. So he's lying, but that's not really the point of what I'm trying to tell you right now. What I'm trying to tell you right now is there's no proof to indicate Saudi Arabia is investing 600 billion fucking dollars into our country. A foreign theocratic dictatorship they're going to invest something. Trump is not doing this for no reason, but this is a foreign fucking government that is going to literally directly influence our country with their money. Building actually like national security things, apparently. Like energy infrastructure. That is a national security issue. Israel is not doing this, you fucking idiot. Holy fuck, bro. No, they don't. Show me where Israel is able to build or invest $600 billion fucking dollars directly into the U.S. Yeah, you better hope it says $600 billion. No, they're not. And if they are, it's going to be defense orientated. And Oracle is not an Israeli company. Oracle is say it with me now, American company. Headquartered and founded in what city is that? I am not moving any goalposts. You can keep pointing out fallacies, which you clearly don't even fucking know at all. But that doesn't make your argument any better. It means that you have no idea what to do when confronted with information. Because someone who understands fallacies means or knows that you're not supposed to point them out. You're supposed to deal with them properly. And clearly you don't know what to do. Because Oracle is a fucking California company. Is this Israeli? Huh? Oh no, his mother's Jewish. We're fucked. Grew up literally his whole life in let's see, Bob Miner. Literally grew up in Illinois. I guess he's just fucking secret Jew. He's an Israeli supporter, but he's lived here his whole life. He's American. This guy, no, it doesn't really seem Jewish to me. I guess every decision from Oracle must be Jewish, right? What about Ed Oates? What about him? I already know this guy. Try again. The Israeli public defense sector is sending Oracle money. Oracle probably has a lot of contracts with the United States military. And we have a lot of interconnectivity with Israeli military software contracts. So like intelligence and things like that, Israel is a very big hotspot for creating those things. Because Israel can't build tanks, they do other stuff. That's why. So for this relationship to be beneficial, we want them to not build tanks. We want them to fucking do something that we can use. It's that fucking simple. What would we get out of this then? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. It's like insane to think that you can just ignore. I've never been in the military. I can just tell you. Do you know what fallacy that is? Come on, it's your time to shine. An appeal to what? Are you not able to understand the military and the economics of it unless you're in the military? Can you tell me what fallacy that is? Logos. Shut up. I don't want to go down the rabbit hole of fucking disproving your fucking annoying anti-Semitic shit right now, man. Good. I never said you were anti-Semitic. And an ad hom is not an ad hom if you address the argument first, which I kind of already did by showing you that Israel doesn't actually influence the U.S. that much. And American citizens are American citizens. So if I call you a fucking idiot afterwards, that's not an ad hom. An ad hom would mean that contextually I decide to avoid what you're saying entirely, which is what you're doing, and call you an idiot. So, I did go to school. I've already criticized them. I literally have said that fucking Israel needs to jail Netanyahu, like war crimes for the top 4 people. And that Israeli politics and money is too interconnected with the United States, but it's not that much in comparison to the rest of the U.S. Because the pharmaceutical industry, all of the fucking industries in the U.S. can most definitely out fucking spend Israel. I don't know how I would be biased, guys. I am an atheist. Somehow, why the fuck would I just randomly like Jews so much? What is the bias here? Certain industries, like what? Small-time candidates to get, you know, anti-Semitic laws passed? Fine, whatever you want. Jesus Christ. Is that a whataboutism? Am I doing this right? Holy fuck, bro. I definitely already agreed that Israeli political influence is high in the United States. And then I went on to say that doesn't answer the question, though, of influence in the United States. It is Nazi propaganda. It's quite literally a fucking dog whistle. I didn't diminish it. I brought in the reality of their influence, which you do not know. There's a difference. Because you couldn't tell me any simple facts about the influence besides thoughts on their influence. I wish I could tell you a single fucking number about it, but instead, I'm just going to blatantly say there is an unproportionate or disproportionate amount. So diminishing is probably not the right word there. Maybe like becoming aware of the actual influence they have might be the correct one. Yeah, okay. Got it. We have more of an influence over Israel than Israel does over the U.S. That's a fact. I don't know. Covert anti-Semitism? I'm not sure. Two countries, one league. Oh, man. It runs deep, I guess. That's for sure. Oops. You want to play? Is it crashing? I only did once. Fuck. It's almost fucking 4? Really? Holy fucking... I've been wasting a lot of time debating some stupid fucking topic. Jesus fucking... I've been literally doing anything else. Man, the Jews line is just so annoying, man. Holy fuck. I wish I didn't, Bogos. That is for sure, my friend. The waste of fucking time. Yeah. I guess I'm an Islamophobe now. Wait. Did you know Muslims run the world? Actually, I think. Wait, do I need to edit that one clip I got? Where's the clip? Wait a minute. Have I been doing it wrong the whole time? Oh my god, fuck you. Oops. But I'm like Hitler's dream child. Where is it? Dude. But I'm like Hitler's dream child. I am. Which fucking one is it? This one? No.
An issue.
Anyways, Jews fucking rule the banking system. So I need to adjust. Shouldn't it say Muslims? Okay, it's just a fact.
It's not like an issue.
Anyways, Jews fucking rule the banking system. I should just bleep that and put Muslim. Okay, I am an Islamophobe. Fuck. Buddy. Why are we being so pathetic now? What's the point? You got so fucking defensive for some reason. I just don't get it. Probably American and Christians. They have a bigger presence in media, considering the fact that they do. Might be a good place to start. Wait, you? I'm just confused. Apparently you can talk to a wall, it looks like. I'm not, I don't know. Fucking, are you in psychosis right now, man? What is happening to you? Is that like a tell? What the fuck just happened? Maybe. Said psychosis. That's not psychotic. And I'm talking to you because I think the last 5 messages became like an erratic, weird, bipolar girlfriend. Okay? Because you started criticizing my piano playing for some reason. And then started calling me stupid and my reading comprehension bad. And I just can't help but feel like you're just fucking pathetic. I just don't get it. And then you start talking to yourself. And like some ironic twist about talking to yourself. So I asked, are you in psychosis? Which is not psychotic. You can be perfectly normal and be in psychosis. You just need sleep. which is kind of something someone with psychosis does. If you want to know the word, grab a dictionary and move your way forward. Yeah? Spend all this time not understanding fallacies. Might as well just put it to good use. God. I guess psychosis might be underneath it, but I didn't call you psychotic. I mean, unless you have schizophrenia or something. Maybe I did. Are you psychotic? Oops. I mean, semantically, you just won, so. I don't have to get into semantics anymore. I think I just thought that it would mean psycho, but it seems you're right semantically. And I would be wrong. I guess that depends on how you describe influence in that question you're in. Interpreting those words might be a little harder though. All right, Jordan Peterson. Probably. I would assume so, yeah. Whoa. Oh, man, are you done yet? I didn't mean to like invoke the most defensive, pathetic fucking thing I can imagine right now, but just slightly uncovering some anti-Semitic feeling in you shouldn't make you act like this. It is fucking pathetic. I don't know. It may very well be. I didn't know there was an argument here. So, if that's your only response, I'm just going to assume that you are okay with being a pathetic bitch. Yeah, I mean, I didn't attack your, like, look. But think disinterested would be a better word. I just, again, you defensively became like a fucking pathetic bitch just because I tried to point out the fact that you had zero clue how much influence Israel had. But you really want to say it has a lot. It might be. It is a touchy subject for a lot of people. To reckon with some weird Jewish fucking troubling internal hate, I don't fucking know. I would probably say yes, yeah, I would. It was pretty weird. And I've already said it has a lot, yeah, as well. Bogos, I don't even know either. I don't know. Didn't know that was a modifier for it. Intuitive, I guess. Someone. I bet they have influence on the media. I don't know. What reaction? I already answered it, man. I said that depends on how you categorize influence. Or how you bound the word influence there. That is most definitely not true. You instantly changed. In fact, one of my other chatters told you to relax because you instantly became like a different person. Like a bipolar fucking psycho. So let that be a little bit of an introspective moment. I don't know. Or you can just go through life like this. I don't know. It would fly in real life if I don't like someone. Yeah, probably would. I don't give a fuck. I mean, if someone was acting like you, probably. I did, Bogos, but I like you. And your Jews run the world thing. Not really, no. I disagree, Bogus. Defend myself against what? The delusions of a bipolar weirdo? Or that's not what it was over, was it? I thought it was abortion. The military has a pretty big lobby with Israel, yeah. That would be a place for a lot of influences. We have Israel supplement a lot of what we ask for as far as intelligence goes and other stuff. I think I defended it perfectly fine. You're just delusional. That's why. Trying to say that my piano playing is not good when I don't really give a fuck what you think about my piano playing is weird as fuck, actually. Yeah, okay. Now, we definitely know why you got super defensive. No need to hide anymore, bro. Come on, you can come out now. Come on, bro. You can come out now. You don't have to hide. All right, let's hear it. I mean, no, it just means you're still a bitch. Have some conviction, what you say. Say it with your chest. Yeah. Keep hiding online, bro. Kind of funny. Considering, again, Bogos, I've said that the leaders of Israel need to be tried for war crimes. I don't even know how you could literally be more wrong, buddy. I honestly have no clue how you could be more wrong than what you are. This is fucking hilarious. Actually, hilarious to me. How old are you? Come on, hurry up. Fucking taking too long. Jesus Christ. That doesn't sound like you answered my question. I am probably pretty positive that even at my age, I probably could run a mile faster than you still. Easily. Easily, dude. Doesn't sound like you want to answer my questions, though. What's up with that? What's up with that? I'm definitely not going to do that. A lot of kicks going on. I don't know why you keep repeating that. Like intro to Muay Thai for 6 months or something? Where you have no nerves in your legs too, buddy? I don't think it's funny. Jiu-jitsu guys don't kick. So most likely has trained Muay Thai for like 2 years and thinks that he's tough or something, probably. I mean, the first few years of Muay Thai, you just kind of kick a bag and get rid of your nerves in your legs, or at least your shins. There we go. Yep. Intermediate Muay Thai guy. Big guy. Yeah, I know. That's what I just said, buddy. Super hard, bro. Because you were acting like one. I mean, stop acting like one then. I don't know. I guess intuition would take over. Or, you know, you could just stop acting like one. One of them's easier. It's not that long, buddy, by the way. I mean, I'm sure you have a lot of Karate Kid fantasies in the shower. That's kind of what happens in intermediate. I bet you have a lot of fantasies in the shower, dude. Murder fetish. Oh, man. Just come out and say it, by the way. It's so fucking obvious now. Sad as someone who doesn't actually say what they believe. Don't you agree? I can't remember. Didn't you say that your MOS was J11? Was that correct? B11. They teach philosophy in that? Yeah, I can tell. No, there's no fucking UFOs aren't real, bro. Come on. No, you just exhibit all the characteristics of someone who fucking acts exactly like you. And no, I don't hate the military. It's 2-hour link. Rude. What did you send me? This short funny clip? Fuck.
Hey, you're just mad because I'll be able to do something with my fucking guitar in hands that you'll never be able to achieve in your entire life, kid. So yeah, you're gay.
I'm judging you, bro. Because you suck. That's what I'm doing. It's just because you suck, bro. Jesus Christ. The defensive anti-Semite who won't just come out and say it. Sorry I didn't fucking affirm your weak-ass fucking beliefs, dude. I'm not saying I'm better than you. No. There you go. Well, now you're halfway there. Let's hear it. Let me hear it. It's been at least a few days since I had to deal with someone who was fucking an insufferable fucking anti-Semite. I mean, if I don't count Bogos, at least sometimes. Yeah, you're just avoiding it now. God damn, bro. Pro Islamophobe. Fucking Timeliest is definitely out here just doing this shit, dude. He's on. He's here.
As the master said, anyone who mocks
got
the
something
words
for
of the
you, bro.
sages will be sentenced to boiling excrement.
Check it out.
And this was his sin, as he mocked the words of the sages.
Check it out, dude. Oh wait, you're already subscribed? Fuck.
End quote. According to the Jewish Encyclopedia article on Jesus,
Ow.
his advice, as he is supposedly burning in hell and boiling excrement, is for people on earth.
It's about the inner machinations of Timeliest Tank's mind and how the Babylonian Talmud is anti-Christian enslavement material. Yeah, it's exalting out. I mean, UFOs are just unidentified flying objects, so I guess they're real, but like, that video is about the Talmud and some unfortunate person trying to make it seem as if the Talmud says things it doesn't, which is annoying, but Oh, this dude's fucking ridiculous. Oh my god. That took a long time. There we go. I'll take that as you going halfway. I mean, a bitch, I don't expect a bitch to actually go the full way. But, you know, it's fine. Nope, never done that. It's not like I have one on my desk literally at all times. It's very used, but nope. I've definitely not read the full Babylonian Talmud. I don't think you have either, though. It's pretty long. No. Oh, you've read the entire Babylonian Talmud. Okay, got it. Commandments? Okay. How about something a little more foundational? What is a Talmud? What is a Talmud? Come on, man. You know, you ain't gotta Google stuff. Just fucking say it. Hurry the fuck up. That doesn't tell me what the Talmud is. You answer the question. Because you don't even know what a Talmud is. There are two large canonized Talmuds, I guess, of rabbinic teachings. But what is a Talmud? Because there's not just one. There's a Germanic Talmud. There's a Talmud all over the place. So what is a Talmud? Come on, hurry the fuck up. No, it's not. Talmuds are not authoritative in Judaism, so how could they be? It's rabbinic interpretation. The Torah is the authoritative text in Judaism. It's the interpretation of rabbinic teaching. I just said that, you fucking retard. So why don't you keep up? Keep up. Oh, I'm lying. Got it. Is the Babylonian Talmud, what are the chapter names? Do you remember what the chapter names are? Holy fuck, bro. Why do I have to fucking keep doing this? Are you familiar with what the chapter names are? What does it say? What are these names? What are these? I'll do really slow for you, man. Who are these people? And quit fucking going back to Google. Try and make yourself have somewhat of an answer. How about you just fucking keep up? Yeah. The Babylonian Talmud was put together around 600 AD, anywhere between 300 and 800. not to look stuff up, which I know is what you're doing because you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. So I'll ask you again. What is a Talmud? Is individual rabbinic teaching the authoritative, even if it's the Mishnah, is oral law or oral tradition in Judaism the authoritative text? It's a simple question. Is a Talmud the authoritative text in Judaism? Taking a long time. You're taking a long time to say, yes, it is, or no, it is not. Let's go. Hurry up. Is the Babylonian Talmud, or Talmud in general, because there's a lot of them, there's just two main ones. That one is written in Aramaic, by the way, just to be clear. So no, it's not written in Greek. The Babylonian Talmud is in Aramaic. And is the Talmud the authoritative text in Judaism? It's Aramaic, for fuck's sake. Yes or no? God, bro, you're just incapable of fucking answering anything, are you? Hmm. Is the Talmud an authoritative text in Judaism? The authoritative text. Catholics would say so, Casey. Christians do not, or at least Protestants. Catholics are Christians, but Catholics believe that the Pope, the papacy, is the lineage of Peter. So he's the divinely gifted command of God on earth. What do you mean? There's only one authoritative text, buddy. What do you mean in comparison to the Torah? There's only one. Only one text is the authority. Alright, well I have to start getting ready, guys. Just wasting fucking so much time. Fuck, did I just get so distracted? It's still not the authoritative text. The authoritative element in Christianity would be the New Testament. So, although religions are different, in Judaism, though, there is only one authoritative text, and it's the Torah. A Talmud is a rabbinic interpretation of a rabbi's teaching on the Mishnah, oral law. It can't be authoritative because it is a personal interpretation. It's like saying Saint Ignatius, who's written about the Trinity, means that the Trinity is now an authoritative, and so is Ignatius' text. No, they are not all authoritative. Only one is authoritative. All of the other ones submit. Only Orthodox stupid retards, Orthodox Jewish people who, in my opinion, is not accurate, think that somehow you can have multiple authoritatives. Okay? If one is submitting to the other one, then that one's not authoritative anymore. There's only one. It's the Torah. And more specifically, the Pentateuch. But the Torah. If all three are authoritative, what happens when there's a contradiction? Which one is the most authoritative text? Pope is authoritative in Catholic religion. Then why the fuck are you talking like you know what you're talking about? Actually, it's kind of important if you want to say something like the Talmud is anti-Christian enslavement material, when the Babylonian Talmud doesn't even mention Christianity, really, because at the time of writing most of it, in Babylon, okay, where it was written, which is pretty fucking far away from Jesus, actually, that's the reason it was written in Aramaic. They don't even have a concept of Jesus, really, because of how far away it was. They left Judea and went here. Hammurabi's older, but it's not a good representation. Because when the Romans took over and sacked the Second Temple, the Jews fled here. What the fuck does that have to do with anything, bros? Correct. Yeah. And even then, it's just like, you can't compare religions like that, unfortunately. Even the Pope is almost not authoritative to some Catholics. And the ultimate authoritative Christian text is going to be the Bible. No one would say that Saint Ignatius, besides like some extremely fucking Orthodox Catholics for some reason, that Saint Ignatius is authoritative in Catholicism. As like the authority, the authoritative text, his writing. But that doesn't stop some people from saying that it is authoritative. But it's not. I was thinking of Ignatius of Antioch, by the way, not that guy. I'm sorry, did you not just say that the Babylonian Talmud is anti-Christian? I studied econometrics. It is not anti-Christian, bro. How does a culture far removed from Christianity at the time literally fucking say anything about Christians? The Jews in Babylon, when they wrote most of the Babylonian Talmud, had no concept of Christianity yet. There are Yeshnu figures in the Babylonian Talmud who you can squint your eyeballs at and think might be references to Jesus of Nazareth, even though you can Google this and find Jesus of Nazareth, okay? In the Babylonian Talmud, these are Yeshnu figures. They have nothing to do with Christianity. And if they did, it still doesn't mean they have any concept of it, unless you squint your eyeballs real hard. What the fuck are you talking about? What does that have to do with anything? What part? I'm at fine. What part of Matthew? What part of Matthew would make true that the Babylonian Talmud talks about Christianity as anti-enslavement like material or anti-Christian enslavement material? What part? What stories? One of the Yeshnu figure stories? All three? Oh, you're like all over the place. I mean, to actually believe that the Babylonian Talmud understands Christianity whatsoever is just, I don't know how the fuck this happens. We have not agreed that the Babylonian Talmud is anti-Christian because it was far removed from Christianity of the time. So how is that possible? Oh. It's just the perpetuation of fucking anti-Jewish lies. I'm so fucking over it. Gentiles was a word that existed long before Christianity. It means non-Jew. Are you asking me if the Old Testament or the Talmud puts a privileged place for Jewish people? Or are you asking me led away from what? Being Jewish? Jesus was fucking Paul was a Pharisee and a Jew. He was like, he called himself the stock of Israel, the Hebrew of Hebrews, or the Hebrew of Hebrews. And I mean, if you're wondering if the New Testament or the Talmud like puts Jewish people in a privileged place, yeah, obviously, it's written about them. Yeah, the political and ideology of the Babylonian Talmud, rabbinic teachers, did not understand Christianity. It wasn't even there yet. So, how is that possible? How could you say it's anti-Christian if it didn't even know it yet? It didn't even have a real concept of Christianity yet. How does that happen? Judea. Let's see. So, Judea, Babylon, 800 miles away. Also outside of the Roman Empire. Why would the Babylonian rabbinic Jews, who were 800 miles away, outside of the Roman Empire, who did not even interact with Christians, let alone the concept didn't even develop until 200, that's when it started to form like an actual concept. They didn't have the Bible back then. How the fuck does that make sense? Interactions? Huh? They barely even mention Christianity because they never even interacted with it really. There's some. You're literally all over the place. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Because Christians came out of Jews. But Jews wouldn't know about Christians if they were still Jews 800 miles away. Jesus Christ. Except Jesus as a concept and Christianity as a concept did not take form until like much further after his death. Yeah, okay. Got it. Mr. I've read all of the Babylonian Talmud. Jesus Christ, bro. Fucking fakes, dude. Let me get ready for work. I'm not interested in the Mirage. You can go die in the desert. I'm not going to.